Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the System 7 2956 Finals. It's finally here. I'm here with Red Monster SC. My name is Crucian. Red Monster, how are you doing, my friend?
Dude, I am doing fantastic. I am excited because today is race 7, the finals, and we've got some exciting stories to talk about. Now, we're getting set up. The racers are getting launched and up to the racing line to get started here at Volcano Lake on Fyro. Or getting that season 7 wrapped up. Fyro on Pyro 5's moon. So, yeah, excited about that.
I mean, we're gonna crown your champion today and our top 3 for this season, System 7. Welcome to Nick's edition. Obviously, you know the Lesky waste was a little crazy, but still, it looked a lot of fun and it was a good time. But very excited to kind of see, which teams are gonna be hitting that top 3, because there's a lot of close calls. And let's take a look at our current leaderboard so we can kind of talk about that a little bit here. About us leading into going into the finals in this year's System 7. So we got Sky Racing Team 103, Punch Nomies, and 98 with a 5-point gap here. So these two are going to be fighting for first, but I'm pretty, they're solidified 1 and 2 already. So the fight is going to be between 3 and 5. And trying to come into that 3rd place spot, Red Monster SC. So these points are tight and close.
Yeah, the head-to-head battle here between teams 1 and 2, Sire Racing and Punch Nomies, they have really put themselves out and ahead of the pack. It is too close right now to call which one's going to win. So it is a winner-take-all. Whoever wins today's System 7 is going to win the entire series between these two teams. Now, as you mentioned, between teams 3, 4, and 5, there's only a 9-point difference in that group. And that's a head-to-head battle for 3rd that I think we're going to be really invested in today. Hopefully be able to see some good performance from each of those teams. Now, not to be left out, we got some other members down the line that are out here for sportsmanship points, trying to get their standings a little improved. So, today's track here at the Volcano Lake on Fyro, they'll be starting off with the RSI Lynx here at the starting line and making their way around this Volcano Lake with an endurance race. It's going to be a long duration. As you can see, we've got checkpoint 1 up on the north side of the map here. After checkpoint 1, they actually have this Polaris bridge on that peninsula as you're going across. One of your favorite features, one of mine as well. So there's an area of the landscape that does not connect properly. So what we're doing to counterbalance that is we can park a Polaris with the ramps down to either side, making contact with the ground so that drivers will be able to go up one side of the ramp, through the Polaris hangar area, and then back down out the opposite side to connect to the second half of the track there. getting out beyond to checkpoint 2, making their way through this peninsula, kind of pockmarked with crater lakes and such. Getting a bit of a turnaround, heading a little bit of a north for that dog leg, and coming back in for the finish line at the end. So a very interesting map and a long endurance race that they're going to have to be working through, starting up with the RSI links.
Yep, and at checkpoint 1, which is technically a little bit around the halfway mark, they are going to be switching vehicles there from the RSI links to the Cyclone RC. So we're going to see the Cyclone RC for the first time. So I'm very excited for that. And, kind of going back to points a little bit, I wanted to make a good mention here because let's go back to the leaderboard really quickly because I think we had great sportsmanship across the board. I think Team Tang, Test Squadron, I think both teams that I think that if the circumstances of Star Citizen wasn't in their way, definitely could have had a higher potential. I think SPG Racing is another great team. AAWA Drunken Turtle. I think there's a lot of these teams. Warp Rum. There's a lot of these teams that are towards the end that I think Just Crush as well. I think a lot of these teams still deserve a lot of credit for coming in here. Team Delta Dietis Racing as well. I think the changes that we plan on making to System 7 next year, I think are going to allow a lot of these teams that may not be familiar with some of the, the PU issues in game to hopefully be able to rise above, the rest of the pack, going into next year if they return for next year's System 7. So very excited for that, going into it. So just want to give some of these teams that are towards the end a shout out. But hey, I can't wait to see who is going to be our top 3 because this 3 to 5 is it's very tight. It can go any way. And I'm telling you right now, Ender Master from Capcom, if he's racing, he's gonna make Amarok's Fang and Premier Corps Colonial fight for it for sure.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, a key story for today is obviously teams 1 and 2 battling it out for first and second. They're mathematically locked in for winner take all. Either one of those teams is getting the podium, but Catcom, Amarok's Fang, and Premier Corps Colonial in that 3-way race, the battle for third is going to be a key thing to watch for as we get started on today's event. And as you mentioned, the sportsmanship from the other teams. This is a long series of races, 7 plus a qualifier, spread out over now 4 weeks, 4 separate racing events. So, and 5 if you count the qualifiers. So the amount of effort and time that these teams have put together to coordinate, to attend, to show up, and still putting points on the board, even though they might be mathematically locked out of the top 3, they're still there for sportsmanship and for team pride. So
100%. Couldn't said it any better here, Red Monster. And with that being said, let's check out what teams are going to be fighting for this season of System 7 2956, because I'm telling you, the prices are juicier than ever. Of course, we got the 2956 championship trophy, and then we have your System 7 championship medals that all top 3 teams get. But here's the big difference. Other than the trophy, you also get that incredible championship bomber jacket that every team gets for being first. And then we got some incredible ships here sponsored by Cloud Imperium Games. Thank you, Star Citizen, for providing these digital items. But we got the Ironclad, and for every top 3 team, each member will be getting the Grey Cat UTV. And then, thanks to our sponsors, Corsair, which if you use code ATMO, you'll get 10% off, just saying, off of anything on the Corsair.com store. One lucky member of that first team will get a new Galleon 100S Stream Deck keyboard, and Verpal will be providing some gift cards across the board. For each team member as well. So pretty exciting prizes going into this year, Red Monster.
Yeah, that bomber jacket looks pretty sweet. And I tell you, the Drake Ironclad, love to see that coming out in 4.8. Be able to put that to use. So very jealous of what's going on there. Now, second place, all racers again are going to get that the Grey Cat UTV, as well as the Misk Hull B, which is making its way into the Persistent Universe soon, with the System 7 jerseys and the medals that I think last week Corsair had mentioned those as well. Great looking medals that are on the prize pool here. And third place, the Grey Cat UTV for each team member, the Argo Raft there in the middle, a nice little hauler, the System 7 jerseys, and again, the medals there for team third place. So
Yep, a couple little haulers for pricing for this year's System 7 champion. So I know they're pretty excited about the prizes, but like the Great Cat UTV, a lot of people have been liking it since its release. I got one myself, so at least each team member will receive one of those. So still a very, very good pricing, but we still have 3 teams that we have to crown in order for them to receive these going into it. But let's talk a little bit about apparel, because we're talking about the bomber jacket. We're talking about the jerseys. Let's drive right into the apparel. If you guys haven't yet grabbed your Ammo Esports event jersey, they're still available right now. They won't be changing until later on in the year. You also have your EA 56 merch still available as well for a little bit more time. Shout outs to, again, Star Citizen for giving us a little bit more of a window of opportunity to continue kind of selling the merch. And as of right now, Red Monster, we have a 10% off. So at the bottom left, once you go to the website, you can actually you sign the little form and you can get 10% off of any of these items for a limited time. So make sure you guys go grab that 10% off, to kind of celebrate the finals before it's gone, before it's too late.
yeah, good looking shirts there, and also the jerseys, super comfortable. I've got my System 7 jersey on. I've been rocking the entire series. The Fight or Flight, Daymar Rally, Gravity Rush, and Atmo Esports. So great looking jerseys. As I mentioned,
Yeah.
you can get it personalized. I've got my name on the back there. So yeah, wonderful apparel, and with that 10% discount as well. So
Yeah, I mean, I just want to talk about mine. This is actually the first jersey we've ever made. And you can see it says Stanton 7. So for a little bit of a historical back in the day, we used to call this event Stanton 7 because that's the only system that we actually had in the game until we started expanding it to more events. And I know in the trailer it still talks about Magda and Cleo. We are planning on updating the trailer for next year, so I'm excited for that one. But I still gotta I brought back the OG
rocking the
one,
2951.
Yep.
Yeah.
Corota Racing. We have Talons, Outer Haven, Nova. So we got some really, really like historical jerseys from almost 5 years ago, Red Monster, which is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, and transitioning from the Stanton 7 over to the System 7. So yeah, you mentioned some of the racers there. Did we want to talk about sponsors for today's event and overall for Atmo Esports?
Yeah, let's chat about that a little bit. If you want to kick things off with one of our incredible sponsors, who's been sponsoring Atmo Esports for over 4 years now, Monster Tech.
hmm Yeah, Monster Tech, really delivering on the flight peripherals, joystick mounts, flight chairs. You see the one I've got behind me here. Excellent flight hardware to elevate your event experience. Yeah, they've got a coupon, I believe, with Atmo Esports, or uh, sorry, I'm stumbling
Yeah.
a little bit. We're getting caught up, but yeah, no, the Monster Tech really elevating your flight experience. So
Yeah, 100%. We do have a monster a code, so if you guys want to grab something, you guys can use code AMMO for 5% off. On anything on the website, and then of course sometimes they do special, um, you know, some special events where you can use the code and it stacks on top of the 10%. Sometimes they do every so often. So definitely go ahead and grab your Monster Tech gear if you're trying to level up that experience. But our next sponsor though is going to be Pigeon Spaceport. Love these guys. Are they, bringing model kits to life with beautiful crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fan collectors and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. They put a picture out on I believe the 3 Scorpius models they're working on, and it looks absolutely phenomenal. And we are going to be doing a giveaway on the Ammo Esports socials once that model is released. So make sure you guys keep an eye on that !mark socials in chat if you guys are looking to be a part of that. So, but yeah, it's shout out to Pigeon Spaceports for supporting us this year, not only for the entire year, but also for Enter Atmosphere 2956 Red Monster.
yeah, And yeah, the Pigeon Spaceport models, we've seen those on Jared's desk during ISC, yeah, we also got to see the one presented last week with Corsair. Great looking models, and for those people who like to display their nerdery a little bit, it's a great addition. High quality movable parts in there, a little bit of assembly, but not too much, and yeah, great quality visuals. So
Yep, and again, if you guys want to check them out, we do have whether you're watching on Twitch, on Kick, on YouTube, doesn't matter. Click on that panel down below or in the description where we have those links available ready for you guys. And then we have, of course, Vertical Controls, who also came in, who's providing some pricing as well. The gift card for all the racers here's for System 7 2956, which I'm excited about. So, Vertical Controls create some of the best flight controls, delivering precision engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience. Bringing that, what's that famous word that everybody uses? Fidelity to the verse. There's
fidelity,
that word for it. Bringing that
the
fidelity to the
fidelity,
verse. So, so shout out to
yeah,
Vertical Control.
unmatched.
Really appreciate the support.
Yeah, unmatched realism and control with those Virtual joysticks. So, great partner to have, especially for events like this where the fidelity matters. Right, you need to get yourself immersed in that racing experience. So,
Yeah, I mean, they can't even keep their cadet series, joysticks in stock. Apparently, I grabbed some for myself, and apparently I got to wait all the way till I think July or even August for them to ship, which is crazy. So, but they're that good, they're that good. So, and then of course, coming in brand new this year for the first time, thanks a lot to Corsair. Again, if you guys want to grab a discount code, if you use code Apple on the website on all of your gaming peripherals and all of your gaming needs, you will get 10% off on that. So make sure you guys will grab it. But I mean, it's all about the Galleon 100 SD. Let's go back to the desk real quick because I want to show this off. I have it right here. I actually bought this one myself because I really wanted one. I'm actually using it. This is just a box, but this thing is insane. I love it. If you are planning to getting a Stream Deck, I wouldn't even get a Stream Deck. I would say get this. It's godlike. Pair this with the Icon City
yeah,
buttons and all the profiles. This thing is honestly like my king keyboard right now because I like linear, and I think the Galleon 100 SD is really good. So
yeah.
I'm very
Uh,
excited for it.
Integrated with the display panel, two knobs, and a 12 key Stream Deck. That's a partnership between Corsair and Stream Deck. So, really, you've got your 10 key, you've got the others there that you can switch out. And as you mentioned, Icon City with their icon packs for the Stream Deck, totally compatible. And yeah, integrating a couple of devices that I feel like are
Yep.
really almost requirements when you're going through Star Citizen and other high profile racing and other simulation events. So
Yeah, like it's crazy because initially when I first started playing Star Citizen, I was a mouse and keyboard guy, and then I had, I had flight sticks which were incredible, and then I added
mhm.
voice attack, I believe is what it's called, which was
Yeah,
also amazing. And then with the Stream Deck and the buttons, and dude, it all plays in so well, So I'm super happy with the purchase on that keyboard. Yes, it's a little bit expensive, it's a premium keyboard, but I think it's definitely worth it. And I don't like once you start using it, it's really hard to go back to anything else at that point. And that's
yeah,
me coming from a 75% keyboard because I like smaller ones. But man, that Galleon 100 SD definitely surprised me. So I'm pretty happy with it.
yeah. Looks. I mean, I've got my Corsair keyboards that I've been tried and true for years with, and yeah, the next time I need to make an upgrade, that's the direction I'm aiming. So
Awesome, awesome. Well, with that being said, we have our next event coming up. We got Gravity Rush open signups as of right now. So if you guys are into ship racing, I'm telling you, you don't want to miss out on this, okay? For Gravity Rush, we have prizes all across the board. If you guys check out the Gravity Rush information channel on Discord, Verbal Controls for the top 3 as well. Thanks to them for sponsoring Gravity Rush. And then we're going to be red. I'm excited for this one because we're going to be doing something where people can go to their showroom in the UK and
yeah,
Tampa and be able to put some laps on a board. And we're going to have a live leaderboard, on one of our sites. So stay tuned for that stuff. And whoever's on top of the leaderboard towards a certain time of the year, one in Tampa, one in the UK, they're going to win something from Virtual Control. So more on that. They're going to win something from Virtual. They're going to win something from Monster Tech. So more on that here shortly as we finalize those details. But I'm excited for that one because it's going to get people to, test all the MTS rigs and the chairs that you have. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's good to be able to actually physically interact with the hardware. We had some demonstrations and things like that from Monster Tech during last year's CitizenCon Digital Direct, hosting a local watch party. But to have the Monster Tech chair, let people see it there and actually interact with it, it's huge, right? Getting those together. Now,
Yeah,
as we
100%.
mentioned, there are some key stories from the entire series so far, as well as some key things to watch out for today. But if we want to start breaking down a little bit about the history of the System 7 as it's gone through this year. Starting off, Herbie with Team Punch Novies did take the qualifier pole position with the fastest split of the season. And then Team Punch Novies really struggled the first two races. Sanji Sama, during race one, he was in position one and went back to help invert other cars that had gotten flipped over. That was one of the key elements that we struggled with during race one was the vehicles getting flipped and really not having anything there. Sanji Sama went back, knocked a few people over, got them righted back up, and it cost them the position there. But then Sire Racing Team taking race day one, races 1 and 2 back to back, putting themselves dominantly up onto the leaderboard where they've remained throughout the rest of the series. Now, Luce from Premier Corps Colonial finished second place in race 2 by just 1.9 seconds. So just right behind them. And of course, Premier Corps Colonial being an audience favorite. We also saw Gerbo the Gnome finally get onto the board for Team Punch Nomies in race 3, starting at position 13 at the beginning of the day. So the biggest grid to finish swing for the entire season as Team Punch Nomies really bit into that hunger and got themselves up on the board. Now, Ricky Ticky won race number 4 from Sire Racing by 0.4 seconds over Jacoden from Team Punch Nomies. Now, They might have won the race there in that final heat, but Jacoden had the benefit of the fastest lap during the initial heat of the day. So, although Jacoden lost by 0.4 seconds, I think it was like a 0.07 second difference in that fastest lap in the prior event. So, that one, definitely a huge dynamic happening between Sire and Punch Nomies. Beyond that, Czech League from Delta Diatis reached race 4 finals from position of 15. So another big swing during that race. Only Punch Nomies last week finished race 5 on the Marshfire Ridge. Now, that's an endurance race over a pretty large area in Pyro, Bloom, Pyro 3. Most of them, the Alpoa Nox not being a very durable vehicle and not being very well matched up to the track at that point. But we saw Team Punch Nomies going very conservatively during their race. They were in the middle of the pack and behind for a lot of it, but they were the only finishers for race 5. And actually, I think they got past the 75% point, but also exploded. So nobody officially crossed the finish line, but they were able to get there to the appropriate progress. SPG Racing has been good, sitting position 11 in the finals, but really showing up each week. And Brushbringer with Just Brush, solo entry, attended every race, and has been showing great sportsmanship throughout.
Yeah, one thing I want to mention too here is that Sky Imperium normally doesn't. Sky Racing Team has really brought it this year more than any previous year I've ever seen before. So, seeing Neojet and both Ricky Ticky really take the lead on this team and push as much as they are, they've been seriously a very top contender, as you can see them right now, and in that first and second slot with the leaderboard. That it's going to be a final to battle, and then anything could happen at this point. So we're going to see which team is I would say really wants it the most, because sometimes you see some of those teams being a little bit far behind. Sometimes it can really play out in any way or form, man. It's going to be it's going to be a fun race to watch this year. And but Red Monster, do you have any predictions on how you think anything's going to play out for these teams, or anything you want to see actually?
Well, I mean, we talked about two of the key stories, right? It's the winner take
Yep.
all between first place and second place, Team Punch Nomis and Team Sire Racing. There's only what, five points that separate them right now. So the
Yep.
point difference between first and second place is going to make up that for either one. It's winner take all. The loser of that dynamic still gets second place, which I will say isn't too bad. And then behind that, yeah, the three-way battle for third between Team Catcom, who currently holds the position, versus Amarok's Fang and Premier Corps Colonial, that are only separated. There's 9-point difference total between those three, but Amarok's Fang and Premier Corps Colonial are only 1 point apart. So that could shift fourth position, but that doesn't get you onto the leaderboard. For predictions today, I'm excited to see how Team Punch Nomis is able to do things. This is another endurance-based race. Now, we didn't see many DNFs on this one last year. The RSI Lynx, the Tumble Cyclone, those have been pretty consistent vehicles, very durable. So I don't think we'll run into many issues there. But I do think that kind of that middle of the pack, they're going to be hungry for something.
Yep.
Something out there, right?
I mean, not only do they have to race, I would say pace. They need to be able to pace themselves. But starting off with the RSI Lynx, if you know the dynamics and the mechanics of that vehicle, you can definitely kind of pull away very, very far. But I'm gonna say this one thing: Amarok's Fang is another amazing team, so they're definitely also is knocking on reach door to Capcom. So Capcom, all they have to do is at least stay within that top 5 or at least top 6 to be able to survive. But if Amarok's Fang takes anything above, I would say top 3, that's gonna punt them down. And I'm telling you, man, it's gonna be a fun battle. So I can't wait to see the conclusions, for the finals here in this System 7 2956. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, and as we have seen here, right, this is the end, the final season System 7 race. We've been through the Leisure Loop and Crusader, the Dust Hustle on Hurston, Levski Helix, which was a very interesting new map with zero gravity, with the Mirai Pulse. We saw Dead Man's Hook in Arena Commander. That was a wonderful track within Arena Commander running those heats. And we saw that little that splinter off to the side, that hook in the corner, that really was a great mid-lap skill check for folks. Beyond that, Marshfire Ridge, a treacherous track, as we saw. Nobody officially crossed the finish line, but Team Punch Nomis was able to endure out past that 75% progress mark. And then Sakharin's Gauntlet at Sakharin's Plot, a late modification because a game update actually modified the terrain over at Pyro 4. So the team calling an audible, moving on to getting a new location and a new track established, and the team's pushing that out from last week. So excited to see it here. Fyro on Volcano Lake. And the next 45 minutes, hour or so as we get into this start are going to be very interesting to see as these teams work their way into that start.
Yep, it's going to be a fun one. So while we get almost ready here for the final race of the System 7 2956 season, just as I mentioned earlier, Gravity Rush signups are open. So if you're interested in ship racing against the best, if you think you got what it takes, all you got to do is sign up and then put a lap, a time trial on Lorville Outskirts on scr.gg. But with that being said, let's check out the trailer, and we'll be right back. All right. I mean, last year's Gravity Rush was absolutely incredible. Red Monster SC. So the way that this tournament works is that people have to choose a ship in the beginning of the season, and then they have to stick with that choice of ship, racing ship, across the rest of Gravity Rush, with the exception of a couple races, bringing everybody back to the baseline where they have to use the Aurora MK1 and race, on
Mhm.
some of the tracks. So they have to come back on that baseline because there are some of the ships like the Razor and the M50 and other ships that are more advantageous in 0G than they are, within some
Yeah.
atmospheric maps, especially some of the snub ships who are very good at, kind of, using that nose and turning very, very quickly. So especially like maps like the Snake Pit, etc. So Gravity Rush signups are open right now. You guys can head over to the Discord, to the discord.gg/Atmo Esports and sign up on the Discord or on the site as well for Gravity Rush. So if you guys are ship racers,
Yeah.
we hope to see you there.
Yeah. And yeah, as you mentioned, signups, get in there, get your time trials entered. So
Yeah, it should be a good one. Lorville Outskirts is a pretty good map. It's also a time trial, so and that goes into the first race of Gravity Rush, so you already have a familiarity with it. So, but I'm excited to see what racing ships people choose this year. We haven't gotten anything new since the Peregrine, but I'm hoping that we continue to get some more racing ships as other manufacturers, bring some stuff. So hopefully we get something for IAE because I know DefenseCon is just going to bring a lot of combat ships. So,
mhm.
I won't ask for a racing ship during DefenseCon, so we're good.
Yeah, quite the pivot for this year. So
All right, well, let's take a look at our teams right now. We're currently setting up. We're about to get ready shortly here. It's going to be super, super excited. Very, very ready to roll here. Teams are looking very, very good. And I'm telling you, man, RSI links. Where's the custom ones? Where's the skins at Red Monster?
yeah, no, you got to dress these things up. You're out here racing. You got to know there's cameras on you. Look good, feel good, race fast.
All right. Well, it's looking so far we got some of our teams so everybody's going to be lined up, as from the last race. So we're looking at Skyer being up there, Punch Nomies, Catcom. So everybody's going to be left to right on this grid. So it's going to be a good one, man. I'm excited for it. Everybody's trying to spread out a little bit more so they're not, running over each other, but this should be an interesting one.
Yeah, and we did see that in some of the previous races. The Dust Hustle over on Hurston with the Drake Mule, team team test squadron with MT Kamikaze living up to his name, rejoining the pack as they were pretty tightly clustered there in that lap based race. Now this one, there's a lot of terrain to get through. I don't think we're going to see nearly as many traffic jams, but we'll see where racers choose to put themselves along the track as they get set up. And again, great views here. Sun's looking like the stars looking like it's a direct top down lighting right now. So a good midday start. And this is going to, I think, make for some good views on the back half of this track as we start getting into the evening.
Yeah, I know that water looks absolutely incredible, man. But one thing that's going to be a lot of fun is that racers are going to be able to be in the same vehicle together, and then when they switch later on in the race. But man, this is one of my favorite races for sure. Volcano Lake. We used to do the Lorville Loop, which was going from gate to gate, which you never know that finals may come back in the future because you were be able to swap even more ships from a couple of like the STV into the Cyclone into a Rover and then into a Gravlev towards the end. So that one had way more switches, but I definitely love the Volcano Lake and the Polaris Bridge. Should be a fun one.
Yeah. And yeah, we've got our racers for today. So for Premier Corps Colonial, we're going to see Walkie Alex and Le Blue Virus. We're going to see Kratagos out there for AAWA Drunken Turtle Racing. Dark Hour and Gravity Cat for Amarok's Fang. Endermaster for Catcom. Prushbringer from Just Prush. Gerbo the Gnome and Herbie for Team Punch Nomies. Ricky Ticky from Sire Racing. Kibukadis from SPG Racing. Epic from Team Tang, and Renee and MT Kamikaze from Test Squadron. So we'll see them out on the track as we get into the official race start. But yeah, a lot of great names to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of teams. I really want to see teams like Test Squadron, Team Tang still fight for that top position. I want to see these teams still compete. That's why it's so important to have a full grid, because any of these teams that have been competing throughout the season can disrupt the top of the board. These teams can disrupt, and that's what they should be doing. They're here racing, maybe to not be on that podium, but to disrupt what's going on and create a story going into the System 7 season 2957. That's what you want. You want to disrupt, man. All right. You want to race to the best of your ability, and they're here to gain that experience. So that way, when they are coming back in next year, Red Monster SC, they're like, hey, Team Tang, hey, Test Squadron, hey, SPG Racing, we're here, and we're here to disrupt this entire grid. So I'm excited for these guys. I hope everybody puts on an incredible show and concentrate to race all the way to the end.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see the RSI links as they're getting in here. We are now, I think, just under coming up on the 30-second mark before they get this race started. Of course, working through the technical challenges to get the race started, and we're here, ready to go to wrap up the seventh race of the System 7, 2956.
All right, here we go. Well, the race is about to begin. Again, thanks to all of our team and staff for putting this race together. But in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! The System 7 Finals 2956 is underway.
And racers have taken off. You see that that ship in front rising up with a timer. There we see Gerbo the Gnome and Ricky Ticky right at the beginning. Those two are the teams to watch out for. They're already bumping wheels. Walkie Alex and LeBlue there. Crushbringer, Kebu. So yeah, Ricky Ticky taking a lead up there. Endermaster also in.
Yep, a little bit of a desync there, but so far, this is what we want, man. We want everybody to be very tight, very close in the beginning, but this is what's going to happen. It's all about the line that these teams are going to have to take in order to get to that finish line and through all of the checkpoints. So very excited to see what's going to happen here. But so far, it looks like Endermaster taking that early lead with Ricky Ticky from Sky Racing and Test Squadron, Kebuku Kaides as well right behind, man. So this is going to be a fun race to watch today here, Red Monster. Looking forward to see what Volcano Lake brings.
Yeah, and we see Endermaster there from Team Catcom, who is currently out in the lead after the first minute of the race. Now, this is going to be a long endurance race, and we see the vehicles handling pretty well. Now they're outside of that area with all the other ships, that starting line where, occasionally you do get some desync. That many vehicles and the physics engine trying to keep up. So we saw a little bit of weirdness to start, but things are settling in. Endermaster, Ricky Ticky, Kebu, Gerbo the Gnome. So a lot of our top teams working their way into the front.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one too, man. You got two of the top racers, of Gerber the Gnome and Herbie for Punch Nomies. And, if they want to win, they have to at least take first place, while, let's say, Sky Imperium, if they take a third or fourth, can lose that massive lead. So this is going to be really, really fun to watch. And then we see a little bit of the other team members, Crushbringer. You got Test Squadron just falling a little bit behind. ICC as well. They're going to have to keep up with Endermaster at this point, because if not, he's going to, kind of consolidate and stay on that third place spot and bring Capcom, to stay on that podium.
Yeah, there we see Crushbringer working through there. Off to the back. Kratagos there. Ricky Ticky. Looks like Ricky Ticky has stopped. Crushbringer doing his thing. Heading off to the left, we see Endermaster. Couple of folks. Epic there. Epic from Team Tang, of course.
We're seeing these emerald skinned out RSI links. You also see Kratagos from Team AAWA. Shout out to Kratagos as well. Another great team that comes to the Damo Rally every single year. So, but man, it's a little bit tough, man. Dark Hour, from Dark Hour 717, pretty behind, but still, it's a long race here. But not. I mean, if I'm telling you, Ender Master at this point, or any of these teams can really take a lead if like I mentioned, using the mechanics and knowing this RSI links from start to finish, man, it can definitely be tough.
Yeah. Oh, hitting some of those rocks. Now we've seen some of these rocks. The racers have actually been driving through. It's hit and miss as far as which ones actually have physics interaction versus which ones don't. Just seeing one team getting kind of launched sideways there. Here as we're following cameraman Deadly Donor, who is giving us some great views as these RSI Lynx vehicles move themselves over the terrain. Now, this is an environmentally enclosed vehicle. Some of the racers have gotten started and working through kind of the lead up to this. They should be able to manage their hydration and nutrition during the race within that vehicle. Some teams having two drivers there because of the midway split. Keeping an eye on that, and of course being environmentally sealed. We'd seen previous System 7 races where racers really get locked in but neglect their hydration, neglect the temperature, falling victim to the elements rather than the racetrack. So there we see Kebu up near the top, Crushbringer there in the middle, Endermaster, Epic, Kratos. Looking really good so far. Kebu slowing down.
Yeah, I wonder what happened with Ricky Ticky now that Ricky Ticky is towards the end there. Ethermaster still pushing, seeing Prushbringer from Team Just Prush, taking pretty much. I would call it a second place spot, but everybody's so spread out that to that left and that right, that everybody's going to have to congregate sooner or later when they come a little bit closer to that first checkpoint. But I wonder what's going on with Team Skyer Racing right now, because they're pretty behind from what we see from the entire pack currently right now. Red Monster.
Yeah.
That's let's hope that they can kind of make up that ground.
Yeah, Ricky Ticky out there, definitely hungry for it. But lower in the pack. Now, we saw this strategy last week from Team Punch Nomies, going a little bit more conservative to start, let the other racers manage themselves a little bit, giving yourself enough space to not cause some collisions. Oh, we just saw Kebu versus Epic. Epic got caught up on one of those rocks again, a physics collision happening, and getting turned a little sideways right in Kebu's line. So,
all right, big air there from Prushbringer. Love to see it. I don't know, is Endermaster trying to get back to being in position there. Had a little bit of a side flip there, and Kebu Kaidez right behind Epic, still putting in some time right behind Prushbringer as well. Where a lot of overturns and overtakes, and we got somebody all the way from that right side. I think that's probably Gerber the Gnome and Homie still. Yep.
yeah.
Gerber the Gnome and Herbie still pushing it, man. So I'm telling you, they're taking a different line, and they're going to be, sooner or later, we'll start seeing a lot of people kind of, increase that gap. So we'll see.
Now, just some clarification from the broadcast booth. I am being reminded that Prushbringer is actually Prushbinger. Only one R in there. So not bringing the Prush, binging the Prush there from Team Just Prush. But yeah, they're Gerbo the Gnome, and that is Gerbo the Gnome and Herbie, who are now taking the lead. They took a little bit wider line to the right and ended up in front. So.
Yeah, here we go. Love seeing Epic up there as well. I see Anril from Dark Hour, and Anril a little bit behind from Amrock's Fang Racing. We still see Kratos behind there. Ricky Ticky is about 4.8 kilometers, so a little bit behind as well. So I wonder what happened there. But I hope that Ricky Ticky can make up some ground.
Yeah, some early struggles there. We're gonna see whether or not this Yeah, whether or not this dynamic changes, if they can hold their position, it's tough. If you see Gerbo the Gnome and Herbie out in front of you on a race like this, season 7, you're gonna be quite concerned because they're nigh unstoppable. They've been putting out really great performances. Aside from a few DNFs earlier on that were quite unfortunate, but Gerbo and Herbie, they're not the type of people you want to be in the rearview mirror of.
Yeah, it's always right. And when it comes to racing, always, when you're in the front, it takes a lot of pressure to maintain that steadiness, to go out throughout the race. Because right now, Gerber the Gnome and and Herbie, I keep saying homie, I don't know why, but Herbie, they need to stay steady because at any point, if that RSI links, flips, that could, make things interesting. And Epic and Kebu Kaides is literally right behind them, and even Ender Master. So Ender Master really wants to keep up on that, third place positioning. But it's gonna be. This is looking so far like a very, very interesting race. I can't wait to see how this continues to kind of unfold here in this System 7 finals here at Volcano Lake.
Yeah, and we see the two party markers. One of those guys is in the back turret. Looks like riding in style that RSI links, and this is Kratigos from Drunken Turtle Racing, proving why they've earned their name. Sitting high centered on a rock. Looks like they got themselves run in. Most of the party markers working today, making it a little bit easier to spot what's going on. We see Kebu ahead. That's Endermaster, Gerbo, Brushbringer, Walkie Alex, and Le Bleu from Team Premier Corps Colonial out in front as well.
Yeah, a lot of support, of course, for ICC every time. Love this. ICC has a great community. They're always being supported by their team. Big ear there from Gratigo, doing a little bit of a flip there, but still landed on his feet and is going to continue pushing the RSI links. But yeah, going back to ICC, man, great community, great camaraderie within that org. So shout outs to them. If it all works out and they can continue pushing the limits here on Volcano Lake, hopefully, they can land on that podium. But hey, they're gonna have to work hard for it because Ender Master is not playing around and he's not slowing down here in this race.
Yeah, there's Brushbringer and Walkie Alex, Le Blue Pyrus from Premier Corps Colonial, Brushbringer from Just Brush, choosing different lines to go through. We saw teams hugging a little closer to the lake, end up doing a little bit more walking back and forth, left and right as they traverse this area. Sticking off to the right, keeping some of those mountains in the distance, on the horizon at least, so that you can gauge your approach. But pick more of a straight line rather than trying to hug that lake too closely, since you are going to be walking left and right a lot more.
Yep. Like, it's always good to, I know a lot of teams been practicing and getting their lines straight. So you're going to see a lot of different ones. Of course, some of the optimal ones, sometimes you'll get them from the bigger teams, but hey, let's see what happened. But yeah, I didn't know it was Prush Binger either. So my bad, Prush. Love you, man. Good luck on the race today.
I'm sure we're not the first ones to make that mistake, but I'm glad we got it clarified. See a good
and by the way, want to give a shout out to our staff team, camera team, man, everybody at Apparel Esports that came together this year to put System 7 together. You guys are absolutely incredible. So shout out to our team for putting this all together, and of course you, Red Monster. Thanks for joining us on the desk throughout this season. We really appreciate you, my friend.
Yeah, been great to participate and be involved in the System 7. One of the more interesting series this year, of course, the Welcome to Nix edition, and the variety of races we've had. It's made for a great time with the broadcast. So leading up here, Brahms got our detailed views of Gerber the Gnome and Herbie from Team Punch Gnomies as they lead up. Some interesting terrain here.
Yeah, so I got from our officials, we had Ricky Ticky from Skyer Racing, who had flipped early in the race and fell a bit behind. But I mean, still, he needs to push it because those 5 points can come in handy if he can get back to the top. But a lot of these top teams, man, they're not going to easily, mess up. Not trying to give them the Casper's curse, but they're very, very good at keeping consistent. So hopefully, Ricky Ticky can make some ground. I know they can. So let's kind of, we're still only a few minutes into the race, but I think they'll be able to come
Yeah.
out on top soon.
And as we see here, Herbie, Grub of the Dome, they are, I'd say, about 600 meters ahead of Epic, Entermaster. There's a middle of the pack there between Epic, Entermaster, Le Blue Pyrus, and Kebu. Now, that is, yeah, Walkie Alex, Premier Corps Colonial, they're in the fight. Catcom, Entermaster, they're in the fight for third. And we had the additional team there, Amrock's Fang, Dark Hour, Gravity Cat. I am not seeing out there as within that pack, so they're falling a little bit behind. That battle for three might be a two-way challenge, but we're only 14 minutes into the race, and we are seeing some teams start to separate. But here we see Ricky Ticky in the back. Some views, if we can see, kind of. I believe Ricky Ticky actually got flipped and had to invert themselves. Now, with the RSI links, it does have that turret in the back, right, where you're able to get yourself flipped over, right yourself, instead of having to just wait out the inverted turtle mode.
Yeah, what's crazy too is that you have Walkie Alex too and LeBlue ahead of Catcom, and this is Catcom is one of the teams that they need to gain some points way ahead in order to kind of get on that podium. So it's really cool to see this this group all together, because at any point anything could happen here where that third placement can change easily.
Yeah, I mean, you see Epic losing momentum there as some of the terrain causing some collisions. Le Blue, Endermaster, they are hungry there. So, yeah, that direct fight. Now we see Ricky Ticky comparing. Okay, so there's Dark Hour and Gravity Cat. They're about 2.5, 2.3 kilometers ahead of Ricky Ticky. Empty Kamikaze and Renee, who are off to the left side from Team Test Squadron. Looks like they're struggling a little bit with the terrain as well. All of these folks seems to be about 5 kilometers behind from Ricky Ticky. So, 4 to 5 kilometers for Dark Hour. And Crowdagos there from Drunken Turtle Racing. Looks like they're just a little off to the left, 3 kilometers up ahead of Ricky Ticky, who's working their way up, trying to keep the right pathing and making up the differences.
Yeah, I think what needs to happen here too, right, is that Ricky Ticky needs to find that line where he's sticking to the ground as most possible. When he's getting a lot of those bumps, he's going to lose a little bit of that momentum. But I mean, the RSI Lynx has, compared to the Cyclone RC, way better acceleration. So once they're able to kind of maintain that speed, that top speed, I believe the RSI Link, correct me if I'm wrong, I think 34, 35 meters per second. If they can stay at that top speed without gaining any air, they should be able to close that gap. So it's all about finding the best flat ground that you're able to get and not worry about these jumps, because there's times where it takes a little bit away from your speed, but other than that, like, you should be good once they don't once they don't continue flipping over at this point. But I'm telling you, man, I think Gerber and Herbie, they're going to continue increasing that gap and that lead. If people also are not just keeping that that speed steady for them as well. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely about consistency. We saw multiple times within that battle, kind of that middle pack that's working their way through. The loss of momentum really takes a long time to recover, especially given the terrain here. You're going to get flipped sideways. And yeah, the RSI Lynx clocks in with a crippling top speed of 36 meters per second. So, losing some of that speed, you're behind. That's quite a lot. So,
Yeah, it should be interesting here. So Brahms with the incredible views here and seeing that little bumpy links here. But yeah, I mean, the links in this year's Daymar Rally, Red Monster, it was actually finished way before the Cyclones, because of the Cyclone, because of the weight of it. and the least acceleration of it, it takes you a lot longer to to maintain that top speed within the cyclone. So the RSI links right now, if it's not on flat ground, it's the RSI
Hmm.
link is actually faster, if you know how to use it well. So we're gonna see some interesting stuff here, but here we go. We still got Endermaster and Kaides as well still there. So interesting. I can't, I really want to see Skyer not, not make this mistake early in the race that cost them. I hope that they can make it back up, and give Punch Nomies a run for their money here.
Yeah. And of course, Endermaster here with Walkie Alex and LeBlue, those with the battle for third place. Dark Hour and Gravity Cat a couple of kilometers behind as we had the last check. And yeah, we see here Endermaster already about a kilometer behind Gerbo the Gnome. We saw the party marker just out in front. So Gerbo, Herbie, and Team Punch Nomi still pushing that advantage even further as they make up space and get some room between the other players.
Yeah, so yep, 100% here. Here we go. We still see Gerber the Gnome in first, Endermaster in second, Kebuku Kaides in third, Walkie Alex, ICC in fourth, Prush Binger, sorry, it's said it right. We're good here. From Just Prush in fifth, Kratigos from AAWA. He was pretty behind, but back on there. Then we got Epic, Emrock's Fang in eighth. We have Test Squadron in ninth, and then Ricky Tiki in 10th. So I mean, there's a lot of ground to make, but we're starting to see that gap become even further.
Yeah, and the terrain being the main challenge here, maintaining that momentum, understanding what lines to go for, having a good spotter to maybe help you avoid specific pitfalls. Then yeah, there we see Lublu Pyrus, who is part of that group, falling a little bit behind. So that was Endermaster up ahead. LeBlue, a little bit of separation on this battle for third place with the mathematics of the points over the previous 6 races, really locking them into the best potential a third place finish based on Team Punch Nummies, Team Sky Racing, locking things down early. Even if they aren't finishing today with this race, they're top 1 or 2 just based on pure numbers. So
Yeah, here we go. Endermaster still holding strong here. Back to watching Gerber the Gnome again. Shout out to our camera team for always doing great. Which by the way, we have the System 7 highlights on our Ammo Esports YouTube. So if you guys want to be caught up within the season here for System 7 2956, make sure you guys go check out our YouTube where we post all of the main highlights of these events there. And we also stream it. So if you guys want to check it out there, feel free. But thanks to everybody for joining us here during the event as well. Everybody is watching across all the platforms that we're currently streaming on. Really appreciate you guys joining us from home. And please root for your favorite team in the chat. Give them some support. So hopefully that gives them some encouragement and some boost.
Yep. Cheer your team on. Post the names in chat, either the team name or the racer names, who you think you want to see win it all today. And yeah, we'd love to give them shout outs throughout the race. We see here Ricky Tiki, Empty Kamikaze, Dark Hour, seeing that split up. Ricky Tiki almost 3 kilometers behind Dark Hour now. Dark Hour in 8th position. Looks like he's a full, if I'm reading this right, 5.3 kilometers behind Gerbo the Gnome and Herbie from Team Punch Dummies. So keeping an eye out on that. Here we see Empty Kamikaze and Renee from Team Test Squadron. 9th position. Now, I think Renee was involved last year as well in the system or in the Race 7 Volcano Lake. So familiar territory, but they are inverted right now. Looks like they are able to get themselves righted and making their way back into the line, following up with the team. Some physics issues, potentially.
Yeah, it kind of seems like it, but here they go. They're back on track, it looks like. But we have also 4.8 around the horizon coming out soon, so very excited for that. There's some new gameplay features and some awesome squadron stuff and some of the missions. So I'm looking forward to 4.8 here coming up, hopefully in the next couple of weeks if it's not already out. But man, the System 7 had some diversity this year, but I'm glad to see the racers continuing to push forward.
Yeah. And yeah, as you mentioned, diversity in the race tracks that are being used, the vehicles, the RSI Lynx was used in the qualifiers and making its way back out here for its first official use in the point races. The Great Gat STV, the Drake Mule, both seeing some great use. But we did have the Grablev vehicles, the Mirai Pulse and the Levski Helix doing a 0G, the X1 on Dead Man's Hook and Arena Commander, and then the Alpoa Nox on Marshfire Rage and Bloom, getting some good views from either.
Yeah. Red Monster, what was your favorite race this season? We'd love to hear, which one you thought was, the most interesting to you.
I always have appreciated the leisure loop at Crusader. The platforms there just create a really great environment, and occasionally you do have vehicles that get launched off the side into the never-ending clouds over on Crusader surface. That's been one of my favorites. I know that Saccharin's Gauntlet I was looking forward to. Unfortunately, I had to leave for other commitments, so didn't get to watch through those heats, but a very interesting setup there. But the Dust Hustle, the Drake Mule, just handled very well. We saw the turnaround there in some of the corners of that, which made a very interesting dynamic as the packs of racers kind of had to file back through themselves, try not to collide. So.
Yeah, I think my favorite one, this time around was race 4. I really, really love race 4, 100%. I think it was fantastic. I think it brought out the competitiveness out of all of the racers the most. We saw teams like Delta Dietis, definitely get a top 4 finish. And we definitely want to see more of that going into next year. So if you guys that are watching, you guys are you like racing in Star Citizen, and I'm telling you, grab your team,
Mm-hmm.
get ready for next year. We're gonna start probably working on this event a little bit earlier, but and make some adjustments that we needed to make to bring this event even further to life, with all the rules and everything. So grab your team, start putting things together now, and when signups are open, hey, don't be scared. Make sure you're working on the qualifying map and you qualify, because only the top 16 gets to move on to the entire System 7 season, which is it can be a lot of fun. So I'm definitely
Yeah.
looking forward to the changes that we're gonna do for next year. It's looking super positive.
Yeah, we see Gerbo the Gnome and Herbie once again out in front. We saw there Dark Hour, Renee, Ricky Ticky back towards the back of the pack here. Still pushing along, a few kilometers behind, but now we're coming up on about the 30-minute mark. We're at 26 and a half minutes so far. And getting an idea for the overall progress throughout the track. Not quite up to checkpoint 1, but as you mentioned, that checkpoint 1 is a little bit further than the halfway mark. So up and Gerbo and Herbie, that is a pretty quick recovery there. That's why Herbie is back there, probably riding that turret to get themselves righted if they end up flipping over. The terrain just not playing fun with a lot of these vehicles.
Yeah, that was actually a quick one, because if they would have stayed there a little bit longer, they would have had a lot of people catching up to them. So, very good job in maneuvering that turret and getting flipped over very, very quickly. So, but I mean, we're already, I think the length of this, I think the length of the race is roughly about an hour, if I'm not mistaken. So we're already about 27 minutes in. So we'll see when Gerbo, the Gnome, and Herbie coming up to that halfway point of checkpoint 1.
Yeah. And certainly leading off, we see the volcano off to the left, or at least one of them. There's multiple of these terrain features on or on Pharaoh that just really stand out like that. So
Yeah, I mean, I think Pyro has been, has looked really, really good. So looking forward to it. And but yeah, the teams are, just about almost to that 50% mark. And I can't wait, man. The
yeah,
funnest part is gonna be happening in that Polaris Bridge. That's gonna be a lot of fun. That's kind of what I want to see.
yeah. Now we get the wonderful top-down view there. Gerbo the gnome, that separation we're seeing right now. Prushbringer, epic. Endermaster, kind of the middle of the pack. Ricky Ticky still off to the left side, but one of these volcanoes now, that's the far right side of the top down from the map. So coming up on probably about 40%, 35, 40% progress mark. There we see LeBlue, Walkie Alex off to the left, Endermaster just behind the velocity indicator. That's support ship a little bit below there. Prushbinger, who's back there, slightly behind Endermaster. Epic, making their way as well.
Dude, I like how the volcano looks on this side. It looks incredible. So but yeah,
Yeah.
seeing Prushbringer right behind Endermaster. You got ICC right there as well. Kebu Kaides as well. Dude, these teams are a team tank, man. It's coming in with a fierce, and that's what I want to see. I want to see those interruptions, and you have both team Amarok's Fang, team Test Squadron and Ricky a little bit more behind over there, but come Ricky is not too far away from Test Squadron and making up a lot of ground between not only them but also Dark Hour. So Ricky, man, making that effort to bring it back home here for Skyer Racing. And there's a lot of race left for him to definitely bring it back.
Yeah, and you see they're making great progress. Empty Kamikaze, Ricky Ticky keeping together. So yeah, Ricky making his way.
Yeah, I believe when we initially saw about a few minutes ago, you saw that Ricky Ticky was right behind Test Squadron, so definitely made up a lot of time here. And this is a seasoned racer that's gonna use that vehicle to the best of their ability. So very, very, very exciting.
Yeah, as we start a little bit ahead of Gerber the Dome, looking back towards the pack. Yeah, that's Dark Hour, 8 kilometers. So Team Punch Nomies certainly getting some aggressive lead here and just maintaining. And we see the markers there, 2.8 kilometers, 3 kilometers or so for the rest of that pack. So they're really putting ahead and trying to drive the nail in. They do need to survive though, and we gotta keep our eye out on this. This is a long race. We're at the 31-minute mark.
Yep, this race is brutal, man. It takes that endurance out of it. It's a very good one. I would say this you can compare this race to pretty much the first leg of the Daymar Rally, right? Especially in a cyclone. This race is
Mhm.
about that. If you're very experienced, you're gonna get to Eager Flats within I would say maybe 50 minutes. If you're not, you're gonna get there in I would say about an hour 20. So but I'm excited, man. I remember in the initial early stages of Daymar Rally, we were going to Wolf Point, and then they changed Wolf Point, and it was too far from Eager Flats, so we had to bring it back to Kudra Ore. But I think as vehicles get reworked in the game, get their whole mechanics reworked, or everything done, I think vehicles are going to get a lot easier to race and move, and I think that time is going to get cut down. So sooner or later we're going to have a pretty I would say a good distance race, and maybe move that last and maybe move that checkpoint one more time. But we'll see, man. And it's super exciting because we still don't have the G12 vehicles. We still don't have the Ranger, which everybody's been
Yeah.
dying to want it. But hey,
Oh
man, we're
man.
still waiting for those ground vehicle physics to come to life. So I can't. I hope there's another vehicle that releases this year. That'll get me excited for IE as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing some movement here. Gravity Cat, Dark Hour, that are from Team Amarok's Fang, in the contention for that third position on the leaderboard. But right now, looks like they are dead last. Ricky Tiki moved up ahead of Renee and Dark Hour as they're making their way a little bit further up. Now we saw Gerber the Gnome and Herbie from Team Punch Gnomies that were about 8 kilometers ahead of the rear. So a decent spread on the track there. Kamikaze and Renee, they're up to about 700 meters in front of Gravity Cat and Dark Hour. So a little bit of separation. But
and Ricky Tiki looks like took that 8th place spot and is going to be looking to knock on Kratigo's door, knock on Epic's door, knock on Prushbinger's door as well. So they better watch out, man. That 5 point, remember, even if Ricky Tiki makes it back up to second place, that's a 7-point gap. That's 25 points to 18. So, at that point, Punch Nomies still comes on top by 2 points.
Yeah, we see Ricky Tiki got turned over. It also looked like MT Kamikaze and Renee, one of them might have gotten launched out of the vehicle or gotten out to recover. So some interesting things happening for the rear of the pack as they're working their way through. They're all back together, but yeah, those last 3 now neck and neck for that backpack.
Yeah, and you got to remember too that at any point anything could happen. But just I'll just mention here too that things there's a lot of factors that could still make this whole race super interesting. There's still different things that there's still penalties in the review process after the race, so there's still a lot to do. So these teams still need to continue pushing to their best of their ability here, but. Man, it's just so many flips here, man. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, and you see teams that are able to recover quickly, taking advantage of that 3-way kind of battle in the rear of the pack. Gerbo the Gnome and Herbie getting into some varied terrain with these little hillocks that they're trying to weave their way through. They get inverted here. And activating that turret usually is enough to get you rotated and righted properly.
It's that turret game, man. That turret game. They have it on point. They have the turret game on point here. And for this race, they are allowed to use tractor beams as well. So, once they start going across that Polaris bridge, they should be able to use that Polaris beam also. But man, look at the leaderboard right now. We got Walkie Alex and LeBlue from ICC pushing those boundaries and holding second place right now, while Punch Nomies still coming strong in that first place, and Endermaster right behind ICC, and then Just Prush holding strong on that 4th place spot, and Kabuku Kaides also holding there. So far, pretty tight race.
Yeah. And the overall progress here, Gerbo, Endermaster, LeBlue, working their way through. Quite the separation there in overall train, seeing the start line way off there to the right.
Yeah, Endermaster's not too far from ICC either. Now the gap is starting to, show a little bit more, but there's that middle pack is still pretty close to each other. We're talking about like a 1 kilometer difference, 1.2. But you see the rest of the pack in the back, that's a little bit of about 7 kilometers. But like I keep mentioning, everything's happening, and I believe we're starting to come up to this. I believe the first checkpoint here shortly.
Yeah. And Gerbo the Gnome, Walkie Alex, Endermaster. Endermaster is a little off to the right side, kind of the left of the track perspective. Prushbinger there, Kibu and Epic. It looks like they're kind of a head-to-head.
Yeah, shout out to our new and incredible camera person. We got Captain Jack Sparrow on the ship. So shout outs to Captain Jack Sparrow, Capitan Jack Sparrow. So shout outs to him, man. He's been an absolute amazing team member. Thanks for the support. Love seeing Captain Jack Sparrow out there. And then Princess Foxy, who's been around helping at Esports for some time. So that's to them as well.
Yeah. Kamikaze, Ricky Tiki towards the back here. Yeah, 2.5, 3 kilometers from Kratagos, that middle of the group. Ricky Tiki falling back after getting inverted again. We see Dark Hour going right of this hill. Kamikaze and Renee going left.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here as they go around this mountain. You know, it's gonna be an interesting one. The Flowers Bridge too is gonna be fun because you know some last year some teams kind of took it with the tractor beams and they took it all that stuff and boom right through the rocks. But that is allowed, no problem. It just makes it a lot easier. So, but it's crazy how ground vehicles are can just kind of go through them. But hey, at least they have a flat ground to kind of continue pushing that speed because man, imagine I go around all this, man. That would be a little bit tough.
Yeah, no, phasing through those rocks certainly a challenge to gauge where you're going to end up at, right? Because you're still visually blocked from understanding what's behind and underneath that rock as you're moving through. So picking your line's important. We're 40 minutes in. Looks like our lead racers are now at about the 50% mark. 15 kilometers out from checkpoint 1.
Yeah, not too far away. So they're just being able to look in. Oh, love the overhead view. Looks absolutely fantastic. We see Ricky Ticky not too far away from Dark Hour.
Yeah, Gerbo at the lead, LeBlue, Endermaster, Proshbinger, Epic, who went a little further left on the track. Seeing some recovery there. It's really deceptive at this distance. You don't get to see some of the unique terrain features that they've got to contend with. But Kebu, Ricky Ticky, Dark Hour off to the rear, and then off to the right side, we did also see Renee, Empty Kamikaze from Team Test Squadron off to that right side.
And just a reminder, we'll have all the cool highlights and stuff on our YouTube. So make sure you guys grab that. An awesome highlight by one of our good staff members here, Esper in Space. Make sure to check him out on YouTube as well. Good guy. Helps us with all of the awesome editing and bringing the highlights to life here with some like voiceover reporting as well. So it's awesome to have him.
Yeah. Again, back up to Gerber the Gnome, Herbie from Team Punch Gnomies.
This is where it's tough too, Red Monster, because they need to make sure that they stay going through these rocks, make sure that they stay, knowing where they're going, that so it can be very, very difficult. But I'm pretty sure knowing this team that they have their lines pretty much memorized going into the race. So but man, seeing Gerbo just run it and take a massive lead in the beginning, it's pretty impressive, that they can really bring out the I would say the characteristics of the RSI links here. Man, I can't talk.
Yeah.
I can't talk today for some reason, Chad. I'm sorry. I can't.
You've got Carrick on the mind.
No, right? Yeah, that's what it was. Yes, yes.
Now, what about that Ironclad coming out? I don't know if you've got one in your fleet, but exciting times as that starts making its way towards the verse. I picked up. I think I've got the Ironclad Assault that I'm excited to put into use. Very quick recovery. Oh no, Cable with a DNF. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, we'll get a report on that.
They got off track or into the lake area. That is unfortunate. The vehicles aren't indestructible, but they are pretty durable comparatively.
Where's the fidelity of putting the RSI links in the water and then, paddling it like a boat? Come on. Come on,
Yeah.
CIG. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I remember us doing the race in Clio around the body of water, and people would actually clip a little bit of the water and end up exploding. So hopefully that didn't happen to Kebuku Kaides, but I felt like they were in a good spot too, with SPG Racing. As I think SPG Racing I think, made a great effort this year in bringing, that team out. So but we'll figure out what happened there.
Yeah. Getting that official report now. Endermaster, Crushbinger in the middle there. Gerbo the Gnome and LeBlue. Looks like the separation not quite as pronounced there. LeBlue Prairus and Gerbo the Gnome head to head, kind of. They're a couple hundred meters separation right now. And then looking at the where the rest of the pack. There is Ricky Tiki, Dark Hour, Empty Kamikaze. So our seventh, eighth, and ninth positions now after Kiba with the DNF. Seems like the links exploded for unknown reasons, so they'll keep an eye on that.
It could have been honestly being like we saw them a little bit closer to the water. That could always, you know, maybe you're not on the water, but desync could, can be bringing that water in. You never know. It'd be a lot of
Yeah,
things. Hopefully, it wasn't, something too crazy. But yeah, man, I'm here rooting for Ricky to I'm here really really rooting for Ricky to hopefully make a lot of ground here. So looking forward to it.
And crossing up past the 50% progress mark, teams making their way into the checkpoint one. They were previously several kilometers out. Based on current progress, looks like they're closing in on it. 36 meters per second with our top speed there. There we see Ricky Tiki. Yeah, he's hanging off to the right, taking a very different line compared to Dark Hour and Kamikaze. Not quite sure if that's intentional, where they're heading off to, but going a little wide.
I mean, if you look at the map, going a little bit wide may be able to bring them in, but they're still going to have to come in anyways. Remember that maybe they want to find that flat ground to be able to catch that, to catch that momentum and get that top speed as much as possible. That volcano looks super cool here on the bottom left of the screen. That looks incredible.
Yeah, great work from the terrain team from CIG. I mean, I occasionally mention this as we see these races and the fidelity you get with the actual surface features. Quite impressive, at a variety of distances, different quality levels. But yeah, those volcanoes, definitely beautiful looking surface features. So
Yeah, I'm very excited, man. I love seeing ICC right there knocking on Gerber the Gnomes and Herbie's door because if ICC takes that first place spot, that hopefully gives them enough points to take that third place. But Ender Master looks like he's pretty ahead from fourth and fifth. I think Epic and Prushbinger are around that vicinity, but I mean, they're 900 meters apart right now, which is very very
yeah,
close in my opinion.
yeah,
So
and this is
ICC man
actually
doing great.
this is an actual interesting dynamic. So, if someone else besides Gerbo or Ricky Tiki takes the lead from this race, that point difference on teams 2 and 3, that will be enough that Team Punch Dummies, even if they got like a second place, there might not be enough point separation if Ricky Tiki comes in third. So the dynamics there are going to be interesting. Obviously, first and second are locked in. And yeah, we see them getting wrapped up sideways. There we see Gerbo the Gnome, LeBlue, Prushbinger, Endermaster, Epic, Kamikaze, Dark Hour, Ricky Ticky is going way, way right. He's several kilometers off. I'm not sure if that's intentional or he's just getting on autopilot somewhere. But that he does look like he's well off of the racing line.
Hey, it's all about the strat, man. Okay, you got to believe in the strat here. All right, Red Foster. So I believe in him. All right, so I believe in with strat that they're making. Maybe they want to get a better line going straight instead of having to worry about all these bumps that are probably close to the water. I'm not sure, but I still
Yeah,
believe in their ability to bring it back strong. So, um,
yeah,
but I'm definitely
and
looking forward to it.
yeah, racers are approaching about 4 kilometers off from checkpoint one. So, yeah, an interesting set of circumstances here. Teams one and two are locked in at least to a 1 and 2 position, but who's going to take it? Right now it's looking like Team Punchnomi's well out in front. But again, we're not even up to checkpoint one yet. We're a little past the 50% mark, and look at how close Le Bleu is. That is quite quite the head to head there. Now the actual progress they're making on the left side there from Ricky Ticky, we'll have to keep an eye out on that. Gerbo, LeBlue, definitely knocking on their door. Last year, during this second portion of the course, you get into the kind of pockmark peninsula. We saw teams get disoriented, flipped around backwards, and ended up going almost all the way back to that Polaris Bridge, which was really unfortunate. Cost a lot of time, put them into a dead last finish. So, yeah, definitely fighting for the lead. Here we see, looks like our checkpoints there. Kirby and Gerbo the Gnome trying to lock it in ahead of Le Bleu and Walkie Alex from Premier Core Colonial, who are really making them earn it today.
All right, here it
Looking
is. I think this is our first team jumping here into checkpoint one and just going to be moving forward. They're going to be using the RSI links for the race, and they're just going to be pushing forward, and that's awesome. And they're I think the checkpoint one is, if I'm not mistaken, it's a little bit over 50% of the rates. We're looking at all, like, just about 60% right now. And
yeah,
we're 50 minutes in, so yeah, this race is looking to be about another, I would say, maybe 30 minutes. So, but Team
yeah.
Punch Dome is holding strong.
We're at about the 60% progress mark, but the next section of this race is where things get very difficult. To this point, you've had the lake to your left side that you can really use as your navigation marker. The next stretch up through the Polaris Bridge and up to probably about the 80 or 90% mark, you're going to be crossing over this peninsula with the lakes, water features and areas that it's going to be very difficult navigating. So the team's going to want to watch out for that. And we see what might be Le Bleu and Walkie now taking the lead up in front of, or right neck and neck within 100 meters, within 20 meters of Gerbo the Gnome and
Oh man, this is
Herbie.
super
So,
excited right now. I'm pretty sure ICC is just going nuts right now, saying push, push, push. I can tell them because dude, they race in person, so I can tell somebody's massaging the shoulders while he's holding down that W and just right behind, knocking on Punch Domi's door, trying to take
the
over and overtake. Oh man, that looks incredible so far. But hey, dude, I'm so happy. Wait, did they flip? Okay, no, they just bumped into something. So, oh man, ICC taking the lead here though. But
Yeah, I see it
still,
in chat.
yep, yep, ICC taking the lead here. But I'm telling you, they need to be careful because anything could happen where Punch Nomies can just take it back just like that.
Yeah, and both racing teams here at the top, trading the first position, both having a second person in the vehicle that's ready to help right the vehicle. They're taking a little bit different line between Premier Core Colonial and Team Punch Dummies, at least for now. And we're gonna have to see how that pans out as they get up towards the Polaris Bridge, which is gonna be, a potential, with a race this long, you wouldn't expect it to be a traffic jam, but They might have to take turns making their way across. And it looks like LeBlue and Walkie are hung up on something underneath that rock there. One of the aspects of this the terrain that's not quite physical, but is there visually, giving Gerbo and Herbie a little bit of a lead, which I'm sure they're going to be appreciative of.
Yeah, everything's looking pretty smooth. But hey, we're coming up to one of the coolest parts of this race, which is going to be that Polaris Bridge, where teams are going to have to cross the dangers of the water through the Polaris, and they have to go through it. They can't go around it. They have to go through it in order to be able to mark that as a go. And then it's just the last leg of the race here. So I thought we were looking about an hour 20. We're going to be looking about a 90-minute race here, which is it's a pretty lengthy one. It's a pretty lengthy one here, Red Monster.
Yeah. And the endurance aspect here, understanding the terrain, we've seen Gerbo the Gnome and Herbie just plowing through some of these features. The difference between what's physicalized versus what's just visual there, and understanding that is a big factor in what's driving some of these racers' success. We see Pushbringer, Endermaster, and Epic who are in the middle there. Le Bleu has got to be feeling really great about their setup here for Premier Core Colonial, locking in that third position finish potentially. But yeah, Endermaster, Epic, back towards the middle. They seem to be going head to head. Empty Kamikaze and Renee from kind of that seventh position. Dark Hour and Ricky Tiki further off to the left. Now we're not quite sure. Ricky Tiki was going pretty wide, and haven't seen if they've recovered that yet. Picking their line or getting disoriented.
Yeah, still right behind, man. ICC and Punch Nomies is so tight. But here's the thing, right? Punch No I'm sorry, ICC, I would say their best scenario right now is to take that first place spot and get maximum points because they need 9 points right now in order to ascend to that third place spot. So I think first place would be their best bet right now because the difference between second and fourth, if the standings stay the same way, it's only 6 points. So that still will give Team Capcom the lead there and hold strong. But ICC, man, when we talk about disrupting the leaderboard, this is what they're doing. I love seeing it. I really hope they can continue the momentum that they have right now.
Yeah, great momentum and recovery, and they were kind of that middle of the pack fight early on, but now we're coming up at about the hour mark, 55 minutes, 56 minutes into the race, and the teams are really getting a lot of separation there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it right now. Which by the way, I want to call out Con 42 next year. It's been a Star Citizen convention they've been doing that. I think they normally have around like 300-400 people in Frankfurt, Germany from the community there. So I think we'll be looking at probably heading there next year during the event here for Con 42. So make sure maybe we'll celebrate with some of the teams during that time, which would be great. So
Yeah. Yeah, the in-person events around the Star Citizen community have been one of the more interesting and I think enjoyable aspects. Having a good bar citizen environment and kind of the meeting up there with like-minded nerds always feels great.
always. There's no better way to talk ships. I was actually at the Level Up Expo event that they had, and it was great. Love seeing man, when you see people's face when they try Star Citizen for the first time, especially they had all Verpal Constellation Alpha Primes, and people were using the joysticks and learning how to fly. There was one kid who picked up racing so quick.
Ooh,
Oh, this is
yeah.
dangerous here. This is super dangerous here. This is
Yeah,
the
they're getting a
danger.
little Yeah, the train is not cooperating here with whatever line they're trying to go for. So they've got to backtrack a little bit.
Yep.
This is what we talked about, the peninsula here. It's just pockmarked with water features. There's a few lines that are actually worth taking, and you're going to get teams that'll get wrapped up sideways as they try and make their way through the closest line. And we see, yeah, LeBlue and Walkie Alex taking some advantage there, letting Gerbo the Gnome and Herbie pick the line so far.
I'm actually glad that you can go through the rocks because they will just make the race a lot lengthier.
Hmm.
Overall, which could be it would make this race easily almost 2 hours if they had to go around those rocks. So, but hey, I think after this CIG, if you need to fix it, then you can go for it. You can go
And
for it.
there we
But
see
honestly,
it.
I'm very excited for Genesis. To be honest, very very excited to see how all these terrains turn out with that. But I
Yeah,
believe we're getting close to the Polaris Bridge right
that is
now,
the
which is
Polaris right now.
dude, it's gonna be exciting to see these guys go through it.
Our first transit of the Polaris Bridge, Gerbo the Gnome and Herbie leading up, LeBlue and Walkie Alex are just behind. And yeah, we got the views there.
Dude, this
Oh,
tide is dangerous, man.
they the slight disconnect there, waiting for the ramps. Looks like they might have retracted on accident. Yeah. Wonder if Gerbo and Herbie are out there shouting.
All right, here we go. I mean, yeah, I have don't know what's happening right now, but it seems like they're working on the bridge to make sure that they're able to go over. But Herbie and Gorber the gnome are looking to possibly um get the vehicle over. But hey man, there's no swim mechanics currently right now. So
Just fjording your way across. That seems like maybe the approach they're going for. Gerbo getting submerged. It's a risky prospect.
dude, this is absolutely insane. But I'm pretty sure they tested this out already. I'm pretty sure this has already been tested, and this is what they're doing.
Oh,
And I think that
contingencies.
ICC is gonna have to figure it out and kind of copy the same way. But this is
Who
what this is what the tractor beam is for. But this is so
who could
funny.
have predicted that the System 7 would have turned into a triathlon, right?
Oh my gosh, tell me about it.
Well, teams that improvise, prepare for contingencies, those are the ones that succeed. We see Herbie and Gerbo the Gnome both successfully track beaming their vehicle or across that Polaris Bridge section of the track, which I believe is permitted given the circumstances. We'll get an official ruling on that. I'm just the guy in the box. I have no official standing here. But yeah, great improvisation. Herbie and Gerbo the Gnome doing their thing. Oh, and of course, a little couple of vehicles getting tidied up there. The camera
Well, I mean,
crews
this
doing
that's
well.
definitely a great improvement there. Well, I guess that rock is not invisible to you guys. I wonder if using the tractor beam is gonna punish them from not having to go through the rocks. Okay, they can still go through. Okay, cool. That would have been unfortunate, but I think that if I was ICC, I would have followed exactly what they were doing. Right, I would literally follow exactly what's going on. So
Yeah, and hopefully we'll be able to get to see that as they make their crossing. They may already be across if they've chosen the same, but it is going to be an interesting setup.
oh man, that was super interesting there. Shout out to the camera team for grabbing that.
Yeah, some interesting vehicle dynamics there. Herbie and Gerbo the gnome. Looks like they're sheltering in the rock there as the security team deals with a vagrant vehicle on the track.
All right, here we
And they
go
are
as we
making their
clean
way
the
through.
debris.
And Herbie, Gerbo the gnome, making their way further forward.
And that was so interesting, man. I remember that you instantly die when you go into that water and they just tractor beam the vehicle right over the water. That's how you can tell they practice what, the mechanics of the game. So,
Yeah,
oh man, that was interesting. That
as they
was
continue
super interesting.
ahead.
But here we go, guys. But yeah, I was as I was mentioning about that event at Level Up Expo. I love seeing a lot of the teams. I love seeing a lot of new people. Play Star Citizen for the first time and just have that like wowness to their face. When they try, especially the joysticks with the game. So it's a lot of fun. But so far, we got the leaderboard. Of course, we got Team Punch Nomi still going strong. You still have ICC in third place, Hender Master, Epic, Crush Binger, Kratigos. You still have Test Squadron Racing, Amarok's Fang, and then of course you have Skyer Racing, which had an unfortunate flip in the beginning and a couple of times in between the race, but still making a lot of progress here. And I still believe that they should be good to continue pushing forward as it turns dusk going into nightfall at this time. But things are looking good so far. Thanks. Shout out Superintendent Foxy for shout out to our staff. And we still see Punch Nomi's pushing as forward as possible. So shout out to them. They need to be careful with this water, though. They need to go around it because it will destroy the vehicle. Once vehicles touch that water, they don't want to end up being, losing out on that. But now that the leader of the pack right now has already passed that 75-point mark, that means that full points will be all racers. So and they're coming out here by like a little bit of a water lake here. You need to be very, very careful. Punch Nomies cannot. Oh no. Okay, there should be good there. Good. Good. Man, this race is getting a little bit nerve-wracking. But it looks so far like they should be good to continue moving forward. All right, right now that they need to be careful and go around, but I believe Punch Nomies is almost there. I think there's only about 20 minutes left of their race, so they can be the first team that passes through that finish line. This is we're close here to checkpoint 2, so this might be a little bit tough, a little bit past checkpoint 2 right now, so this might be a little bit difficult. All right, as we continue pushing forward here, we still see Punch Nomi is doing a great job at keeping the lead. We'll get some eyes on ICC and how far behind they are. Hopefully, they did the same strategy as here, so let's see what happens. And we should be good here. But I think Punch Nomi is staying strong. And as I mentioned, the terrain that they just passed is a little bit past that checkpoint through 3, and we should be good.
Yeah. Love to see the sunset coming in here. Beautiful look back there. So Herbie and Grib of the Gnome, that was the key setup here. Looks like Ricky Tiki last possible position is going to be 6th place. So Ricky Tiki getting 8 points. That'll be for Team Sky Racing. Respectable. Now Herbie and Grib of the Gnome with a solid lead for the overall points as they ride off into the sunset. This last part of the track, again, being more technical, a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, it seems like they're closing in on the next checkpoint, if I'm not mistaken. The next big checkpoint, I believe, is going to be either checkpoint 3. And then they should be pretty much far into the race, but it looks like the lead for Punch Nomis is a significant one at this time.
Yeah. They had pulled ahead pretty significantly. Look like they're holding on to that. This is one of the aspects I loved about the Pyro 5 Moons. The skybox out in this direction. There's a specific feature within the sky out here that's been, makes these evenings a lot more dynamic.
Yeah, and the sun going down is going to make it a little bit tougher, especially trying to see that water in some of the sections of this race. So they definitely need to push it and hopefully finish by that nightfall. I mean, you should still be able to see the bodies of water, but there's like small puddles that are like in between the rocks that are very difficult. So you got to always be careful there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now getting through the areas here with the physicalized rocks, potentially. A lot of those rocks you're just used to plowing through. You got to watch out for that. If you stick on the same mentality, you're going to just face plant into something, lose that momentum that you had, which would be unfortunate.
All right, here it comes with the bodies of water. Got to move left a little bit here. Gonna dodge that around because that's what it can really kill the race here for you right now. But I believe this is going to be your checkpoint 2. And you got Punch Nomi. This should be
clear
able to proceed.
line.
Yep.
And yeah, they're going to have to backtrack a little bit to the right.
Oh man, this is scary. Unless they get out and use the tractor beam again, but this can be scary for them currently.
Yeah, they've got to pick the right direction here, orient themselves properly.
Oh no, is that ICC right behind them?
Oh,
Wow,
that's from
that was
Colonial just behind.
Oh man, are they gonna figure out? I think they might get out and pull the same move to try to get across, but I don't think going to
That
that
is a
other side.
risky area to be
Ooh,
at.
dude, this is so risky right now because they could, if they land in that water, that's gonna be over it for them. But they found the path, and ICC takes that lead. And what is happening right
Oh
now?
wow.
Oh
Look at that.
man,
They are
they they are
leaving.
fearless.
Well, and that's the thing. Herbie and Gerbo the Gnome were I keep saying but Herbie and Gerbo the Gnome were trying to take the conservative, a little safer route, and just ends up getting stuck behind a little bit. But the Blue and Walkie Alex, they got nothing to lose, right?
Oh
Herbie,
no.
Ricky Tiki's still in the race, right, for Sky Racing. So if Herbie and Gerbo the Gnome get eliminated here, it's Ricky Tiki who takes the top position overall.
No, you never know because Ricky Sticky still has to be able to get as far as Punch Nomi's right now to be able to even get there. So definitely it needs to be super super careful. But hopefully teams everybody was able to get that whole Polaris bridge on the way here. But man, seeing ICC come from nowhere and past them and now they're stuck, this is going to be tough.
Yeah. As they make their way through. Some interesting dynamics as
Oh,
Walkie
I
Alex and the Blue.
believe. Yeah, there's the path on the left side right there, and I think Punch Nomi's already took that path if I'm not mistaken. They may have already taken that path and retaken the lead at this point, but it was such a surprise to see ICC right behind them to be able to get that completed.
Wow.
All right, so they found the path. So I believe. Oh no, they
Herbie,
did fall
Gerbo
behind
the
still.
Gnome are going a slightly different path here.
Man, this is interesting to kind of see ICC find that line right behind Team Punch Nomis and just pass them there. That was very interesting to watch.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see whether this line is going to play out for the overall navigation. There was a part of this track that they've got to go back up north a little bit more. So and yeah, still the terrain they're working their way through. It's hard to tell officially who is in the lead right now. The path and tracking is a little bit different enough. They're going to come up against some water here. Just the narrowest of slivers. And it looks like Ricky Tiki also on the leaderboard. We see them moving up to 4th position. So pulling ahead of Dark Hour and Renee as the team shuffling their way through.
Yeah, I mean, if ICC takes the first spot there, that could put the one in danger for Team Punch Nomis, but ICC really doing their best to try to push forward and finding the line to get back and past. I think they're about 80% done with the race, so they're not too far from that finish line.
Yeah. Looking really good for them. And yeah, of course, with the point breakdown.
They don't want to land in that water because that could be dangerous. That could end them. Dude, that is scary. That was scary right there.
That is pretty close, yeah. Now, keep in mind, Premier Court Colonial could be really they could be the agents of chaos to shake up the 1 and 2 position race. So, Sky Racing Team is at 103 points. Team Punch Nummies is at 98 points. Only 5 points separate them. Now, Team Punch Nummies, if they get into the 2nd place and Ricky Tiki comes in 4th, it's a 1 point difference there. Punch Nomi still takes it by 1. But any other placements there, if Punch Nomi gets eliminated or has other issues, then that becomes the dynamic where Ricky Ticky, if he's still in there, has a chance to secure first place for the overall tournament. So they're I can tell Herbie and Gerbo the Gnome are really um, yeah, they're white knuckle in this part for sure.
Yeah, the ICC does have to be careful though, because they could also easily get lost. So they need to be careful to ensure that they're going to the right way. I mean, they should see the markers and see the last checkpoint, but at the same time, it's like, they it looks like they
Yeah.
found they found their way for sure. They definitely found their way.
And the terrain is starting to become a problem, but again, with two passengers, two riders in the vehicle here, getting themselves righted. Pretty decent line. Again, this is where the skybox really starts to shine these twilight hours. Walkie and LeBlue making their way. Currently looks like they're in the lead. Haven't seen where Gerbo the Gnome and Herbie have ended up, but they're navigating their way through. There we see Ricky Ticky.
Dude, I love this blue HUD here. Awesome
Yeah.
view here. Ricky Ticky's still pushing it, man. Still pushing it as much as possible. Remember that the entire race is, will be under review as well after. So, still a lot going on at this time.
Yeah. Second place versus fourth place still lets Team Punch Nomies lead the tournament by 1. So they're trying to hold on as best they can. We see Prushbinger, who's in the middle. Dark Hour Renee coming in behind that. And there we see, yeah, unfortunately, Amarok's Fang, Dark Hour Gravity Cat. So here we got Ricky Ticky. We see anybody else up ahead. Gerbo the Gnome at 7.4 kilometers ahead.
Yeah,
Blue,
Ricky Ticky right now
11.
is coming up on that 75% mark. Right now, not being behind, but I think there's supposed to be some positioning. Looks like we're getting some more DNFs here, but also, I think teams have to report their distance. So even if Ricky Ticky currently is fourth in the leaderboard, if his distance is not as much as Ender Masters or Renee or Epics, that can easily put him back some as well. So he still needs to pass a positioning of those other people that just DNF'd.
Yeah. Making his way through. We see LeBlue 10 kilometers off to the left. Gerbo the Gnome 7 kilometers off to the right. So pretty big separation there. Just not getting the right line. Maybe LeBlue Pyrus and Awaki Alex. AmeriCorps Colonial's got to feel really good about where they ended up here.
Man, this is going to be even more interesting. Look at the beauty at dusk here as that sun goes down here on Pyro, man. Look at that. Man, this game is stunning every time. Like everybody says, it's wallpaper citizen, but hey, I like pretty stuff, so I can't complain.
Screenshot citizen. That just flows so much better.
Yep.
Yeah. They're working their way through. Ricky Ticky just picking his way across the terrain, trying to get the right line. And there we see lead team Walkie Alex with LeBlue from AmeriCorps Colonial out in front.
Do you want to know something? I don't see Prushbringer in between Ricky Ticky and Gerbo, which ICC is in front right now. If you've noticed that.
Wow. And yeah, that would be disastrous for Team Punch Nemesis, who's led most of this race pretty decisively. If Team Premier Corps Colonial wins, yeah, Ricky Tiki takes a third place and secures for Sky Racing the entire tournament. So yeah. Now here's a dynamic that could be interesting. If Team Premier Corps Colonial gets a second place and drops through there, that does make the point differential for Team Punch Nomies. But yeah, if this is a second and third between Punch Nomies and Sire, Sire takes the tournament. Walkie Alex here maneuvering carefully. But of course, yeah, we saw the line they took, just being a little bit more aggressive, pushing for it, and yeah, it paid off, giving them a decisive lead at least that we're seeing.
Man, this is looking very, very interesting right now. I mean, I think Punch Nomies could have taken the same line that ICC did. They just were able to find, they were able to find everything a little bit quicker there and be able to take at least a decent lead. I mean, at any point though, don't ever discount Punch Nomies, but yeah, this is
Yeah.
very, very interesting.
That dynamic at the top too, really shaking things up. Premier Corps Colonial has to feel really great. Ender Master from Catcom has been DNF'd. Dark Hour and Gravity Cat have DNF'd. So realistically, Premier Corps Colonial locks in a third place position, whether or not they finish at this point. So they're on the leaderboard. They're just looking here to scoop up as many points, and really the agents of drama. As we see, Rikitiki officially does move up into third position. Prushbinger, as you mentioned, not seen out there. So, yeah, if Premier Corps Colonial holds on to it, they lock out Team Punch Nomies from first place.
Yeah, that 3-point difference wouldn't currently matter at that time. So that's going to be interesting here.
Yeah. Quite the dramatic finish we're in for here, as the teams have some separation now. The lines taken during that post Polaris Bridge section of the track, really being quite an interesting dynamic. So
yeah, I believe we have about maybe 5 to 10 more minutes of racing before they get to that finish line. So let's see which team is going to be the first one to cross it. Because I don't know, man. Dude, this is a tough one. This is a tough one that that positioning of where they go. But here's the thing, though. Like, I wouldn't say that checkpoint was that checkpoint was the one that messed anything up. I mean, like, if you've if you practice a race, you should know how to get through that section regardless. You should have to be able to get to that section, but you do have to get to the checkpoint, which both teams did, right? Which both teams did. So they, but just ICC just found that, like they kind of knew. It looks like they knew exactly where to go through Red Monster.
yeah, they definitely picked a very clean line. We see, so here's Ricky Tiki, who's in third place. We see Gerbo the Gnome, 7.3 kilometers ahead. That was about 13 kilometers for Le Bleu. So with the distances there, 5 or 6 kilometers ahead for Team Premier Corps Colonial. Ricky Tiki, several kilometers behind and still navigating through this difficult area. And that looks like, yeah, just Prushbinger, as we mentioned, did not see in the middle. So Prushbinger is out. This is our last 3 racers on the track.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, we got a Prushbinger who apparently bounced into the water and died here. But let's see. Ricky Tiki's also stuck in this spot where they need to pass through. But I mean, Ricky Tiki needs to be able to get past the rest of the teams as well. Once again, because it is based on distancing. So even though he's in third right now, if he doesn't pass the other where the other people DNF'd out, then that can put him in a bad spot. So let's see, is he going to try to go through there? Oh man, he
Yeah, I
makes
think
it
that's the
through.
same line that Premier Core Colonial ran.
Yep, took it right
And
through there.
yeah, risky, but
And
worth
now
it.
this
A
is
bit
why
of a
it's called.
shortcut.
Yeah, this is why this is called Volcano Lake.
Yeah, really feel like Volcano Marsh might be a more with the amount of water features and raised terrain here. But as we see, Ricky Ticky doing his thing. Le Bleu, 11 kilometers out ahead there. I'm sure there's a Herbie Gerbo the Gnome party marker in between. But yeah, 11-kilometer separation there from right now. Ricky Ticky was in third place, and Le Bleu Pirates from Premier Core Colonial up at the front.
Yeah, that red water kind of just reminds me of a lava lamp. I don't know why, but OG lava lamp, man. OG
The
lava
question
lamp.
is it the good tasting lava lamp?
Wait, why were you? I'm no
are
no
you not
comment.
supposed to drink the lava lamp water?
No, you're not.
Don't try
Oh
that at
my
home, kids.
gosh.
It's purely a joke. Okay, just a
know.
fair warning. Just a joke. And Ricky Ticky hopping along there on the. It looks like. All right. It looks
That's
like the
still
vehicle's
good
showing
there.
a little bit of damage there in the overlay, but that could be. Maybe that's just his NOS canister.
NOS canister.
We've been going for about an hour and a half. I think the bad jokes start falling out naturally. So getting him lined up, Ricky Ticky taking a couple of bounces left and right, but working on his line. That beautiful
All right, let's see if
skybox
we
in the
can
back.
get. Yep. You see Gerber the Gnome and Ricky Ticky right now, and we're back on ICC currently. And ICC would looks like what, a 3-kilometer lead currently,
Yeah.
trying to get to that last place. Not last, sorry, to to that finish line. I don't know why I said last place, but yeah, it looks like Ricky Ticky did pass the other positioning of the other team. So obviously we'll do our best to review as much as possible, but Ricky Ticky doing a great job at holding that. And all ICC has to do is, I keep saying disrupting because that's exactly what they're doing, is pass that finish line to, cement that in. So, yeah. And they're not too far off.
Yeah. Looks like they're coming up towards that start and finish line to lock it in. Really being the agents of chaos, as we mentioned, if they lock it in as they look like they're about to do. Team Punch Numbies, obviously, not happy with that, getting locked out mathematically. Just based on the 6-point difference right now, there's only 3 points difference between second and third placements. So, yeah, not enough to overcome the 5-point difference Sire Racing Team has right now on the total season leaderboard.
And that's why every single point matters. Fastest lap points matter. Everything currently matters at this time. So, but again, I'm going to keep reminding people that everything is subject to review. So we need to be, very wary so we can make sure that we have the standings right at the end of the day. So there will be some reviews that we'll do, and then we'll hopefully crown our champion sometime next week, and we'll announce those on social media. We'll announce those on Discord. We'll announce those across the board. So make sure you guys stay tuned at Atmo Esports across socials and discord.gg/Atmo Esports if you guys want to come in, whether you want to, race in a future event, or whether you want to compete, or maybe even, help out the team. If you want to help out, be a camera or help be a staff member, we're always welcoming people from the community. Everybody here at Atmo Esports are volunteers from the top down. So we appreciate everybody's support.
Yeah. And here we see Gerba the Gnome, Herbie off to the left, Walkie Alex, Premier Core Colonial, taking a different line. It looks like they've shaken it up.
No way. Did they?
Team Punch Nomies has come in ahead. Wow.
Oh man.
Okay. Quite an impactful shakeup here.
That
they're
must
not
have
taking this
mean
one
that
laying down.
yeah, that must have mean that Premier Corps maybe got a little bit, lost or went somewhere else. But as you can see, Punch Domi's there had the better line.
Wow. And we are less than 15 kilometers away from the finish line. We see that 10 and a half out. Yeah, quite the dynamic here is Team Punch Nomi's going a little further right, picking a line. Maybe they know their approach better. Premier Colonial within meters there for a minute. So knowing where they're at, wow, what a shakeup here. Because yeah, Team Punch Nomi's, this would effectively end their bid at first position if Premier Colonial comes up ahead. They're not they're proving they're in control, that they want to finish this as best they can. So we're gonna keep an eye out for that.
And I love seeing Premier Corps Colonial be this competitive. Love seeing it. Like I said, I'm neutral for these teams, Red Monster, but love seeing Premier Corps just because of their excitement. But still, man, this could be anybody's race. You never know. It could be a picture finish here. It's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah. And yeah, a couple of reminders of as far as our sponsors for today. Monster Tech, that helps transform your gaming experience with innovative, high quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Not to be left out, Virtual Controls, delivering precision engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. You got Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. And yeah, Corsair, who is kindly providing sponsor prizes for this year with the Galleon 100 keyboard integrating with the 12 key Stream Deck attachment to help you improve your experience. As with a mechanical keyboard and the Stream Deck there, wonderful peripherals. Some celebrations happening near the finish line.
Yep. Shout outs to all of our sponsors as well. But which, by the way, Monster Tech, you guys can use Monster 5 for 5% off and add a Corsair. It doesn't matter what you're buying, just use code ATMO and hopefully it works. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
It's on all gaming peripherals. I believe you can also use it in the Elgato store, but all gaming peripherals, you can get 10% off. I mean, it's a huge discount when it comes to the keyboard. That's about $30 off the keyboard. So
yeah,
or anything else, or a new headset or keyboard or whatever it is. So
we see this last little fight here. Team Punch Nomi is getting locked up on the rocks. Team Premier Colonial, a few hundred meters out. We're pretty close. This is going to be a photo finish, guys. One way or another. The absolute drama as the final three racers. This is teams 1, 2, and 3 for the overall series as well. So we see LeBlue from Premier Corps Colonial. They're here shaking it up, trying to prevent Team Punch Nomis from locking in a first position finish, effectively locking them out into a second position for the overall leaderboard this season.
Yep. Well, here they end up going here. And they're still not too far away either. So, ICC, I mean, Punch Nomi still have Punch Nomi still has a chance here, but you see all the bumps. ICC just went through all of that. So, they're just trying to get to the finish line.
Yeah, trying to pick their line, making the approach as best they can. Just a few hundred meters behind, but yeah, that stretch there really slows you down, and you've got to pick the appropriate line to get through. And it looks like with the distance left, Premier Corps Colonial could be locking it in. Proceeding ahead. Walkie Alex and LeBlue Pirates from Team Premier Corps Colonial. As they make their way into the finish line, looking behind, we see Team Gerba the Gnome, Herbie from Punch Nomis. Just behind that, Ricky Ticky, a few kilometers out behind that as well.
Yeah, I think some of the checkpoints has unfortunately, had to, I think that checkpoint man had really messed with people. But I mean, still, like, Punch Domies was right there. They were able to take back the lead in that position. But had a little bit of a flip over. So right here, we see ICC hopefully are about to, get into victory here shortly.
Yeah. They're making their way through those final stretches. Shout out to the security team, keeping things clear out there for you. And there, 2 kilometers for Gerbo the Gnome and Herbie. So quite the separation.
Yeah, I mean, being flipping over here is not going to be something that Punch Homies will take advantage of. So ICC needs to take very much. They need to get there, man, as soon as possible. Because this is coming down to the wire. Can you imagine if Ricky Ticky, just makes it and comes back?
Wow. Yeah,
that would be pretty insane. So
unfortunate seeing Team Punch Nomies that really could have had a pretty dynamic challenge here. Just finding a slightly different line, Premier Court Colonial locking it in to bring that in. And yeah, feeling good about their third place finish, but saying that, yeah, if you want to win this, you're going to earn this. Here we are.
Oh, man, 2 kilometers. They're almost there. Will they make it on time? By the way, we do need to give a massive shout out to some folks that are in the background that you don't see. But shout out to all of our security orgs that are helping keep the race safe. And much appreciated. Thanks to all of our security orgs. Seriously, appreciate you guys very, very much. Especially, Armco, Das Cartel. Hopefully we can see all these guys at Con 42. Buy them all some beers or something, that's what the bar citizen and being with the community is all about.
Yes, indeed. Looks like we're coming in the final kilometer after that uphill stretch. Walkie Alex and Le Blue Pirates. Team Premier Court Colonial, I think their first place finish of the season, right?
Yes, but they're almost there. They need to get to that finish line. Do not flip over. This is not the moment here. Oh, this is not the moment because Punch Nomies is not too far away. They need to get there.
Yeah, pick your line carefully here. It's all yours. I bet you. I bet you it's going crazy there.
Oh, man. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. They definitely did a great job racing.
Right on
they
top
definitely
of the rock.
did it. But wait, are they passed? Are they good? No. You better flip over. Oh, I think they need to get into. I think they need to pass. Oh no, they need to pass. Hurry up! You need to flip over as soon as possible.
And it looks like they're working on it.
Dude, they need to flip over as soon as possible because this is nerve-wracking. Punch Nomies is coming with the flames behind on the race. They need to get there as soon as possible. Dude, I would be nervous. And there we go.
Oh, Premier Court Colonial locks it in with the finish. An hour and 41 minutes. Congratulations, Walkie Alex, Blue. Wow. What a dynamic finish. And we see coming in behind, where's Team Punch Nomies? They're on their way. Gerbo the Gnome and Herbie up on the left side.
Man.
Currently inverted. They had a little bit of problem themselves.
Man, what a race.
Wow. And, as good as it is for Premier Court Colonial, you got to think Team Punch Nomies just got punched in the gut. Locks them out of the first place for the System 7 total points. But a second place finish with really some dominant performances throughout the series. Congratulations, Team Punch Nomies, Herbie, Gerbo the Gnome. and Jakoden as well. Everybody from Team Punch Nomies. Well played. What a fantastic finish from that crew. But that's definitely not the finish they wanted. And we are taking a look here. Ricky Ticky is off in the center, 5 kilometers out.
I'll be super honest with you. I think Ricky Ticky made up a lot of ground. He definitely brought a lot of competition, to System 7 along with Punch Nomies. Now, with the changes that we plan on making in the following year to come to make sure that, there's no variables that that could, bring anything to the race that can make it unsure in the results. But I think that um, you know, I think next year System 7 is going to be the most competitive one we'll ever see for sure. And I'm seriously looking forward to it because it's going to be a lot of fun. So, but like I mentioned, Ricky Ticky made up a lot of ground here. He made up a lot of ground, and he stuck through it. And he definitely passed everybody that that either bump into the water, and got blown up. But Ricky Ticky did a great job. So yeah.
Yeah. Ricky Ticky. Great performance. Spent most of the pack, most of the race, right at the back of the pack, but yeah, pulling it
And you can
through.
tell he wants to finish.
Finishing.
He definitely wants to
Yeah,
finish too.
that portion in the middle was Gerbo the Gnome and Herbie's downfall towards I guess after the Polaris Bridge, the lakes and the little strands of land that you got to work your way through. Quite unfortunate, but yeah, getting turned around. Premier Core Colonial capitalizing on it. And Ricky Ticky, congratulations, Team Sky Racing. A third place finish on race number 7, but overall, this is going to lock them in for top of the leaderboard overall points. So we'll get that, once the official reviews are all done, locked in. But congratulations to Sky Racing for the fantastic results and finish, both for System 7 and for today's race.
Yeah, 100%. Once again, I just want to give a big shout out to all of the racers this season. Thanks for kind of going through it all, guys. We really appreciate every single one, staff, camera, everybody. As we look forward to Gravity Rush and then hopefully Fight or Flight, which is exciting. I'm excited to get Fight or Flight back, and then we have a couple announcements of some other events that are going to be coming to life as well. We're going to be doing the online portion of EA 56. We're going to be announcing those dates and kind of doing all of that for the Australian community to make that up and make sure that they get some incredible prizing. So I'm excited to kind of bring this all full circle. So looking forward to, especially looking forward to doing some combat. I believe by that time, 4.8 should be out at that point. So, yep.
Yeah, it's coming in pretty quickly. So Ricky Ticky making his way through the final couple of kilometers.
I love the ending of this race, by the way, going through the little, that little, like, I don't know, looks like a voodoo town or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, a little shanty town, right?
Yeah, a little
Just
little tribal town. Yeah, it looks awesome.
great dynamic setup. And tumbling through. The vehicle itself, a little bit bouncy on this terrain, so
All right, here we go. I believe he's getting closer to that finish line. He's almost there.
yeah.
I like how the targeting system doesn't even get the wheels. I think it's funny.
Yeah. Great looking visuals as we're coming up on the final stretch. An hour 46 minutes. Feeling pretty good as far as their overall placements. Yeah. as the season comes to a close again, thank you guys. Appreciate the opportunity to come and commentate with the Atmo Esports team, all the supporting crew, our camera operators here in the production booth, Enigmatic in the ear, giving us the insights, also directing views and keeping things running for us on that side, and you, Crucian, my broadcast co-commentator. And as well, Corsair, the times we got to share the screen in the booth virtually, as we say.
Yep. Yeah, I mean it's been a good season. I'm not, too happy with a lot of things, but we're gonna make sure we fix them going into next year. Like I said, so next year is gonna be one of the most competitive seasons for sure. So I'm looking forward to I'm definitely looking forward to things happening next year. But
Yeah.
here got a little bit drifting. And by the way, Ricky Ticky drove the entirety of the way. Which is absolutely incredible. Didn't have Neojet, which is his partner, but I'm pretty sure that if the results, stay where they are after all the reviews, I think that Neojet is going to be very, very happy with how Ricky Ticky hung in there after that initial flip in the beginning of the entire race. So, but man, I'm super impressed how much ground Ricky Ticky has made up. To kind of make this pretty massive comeback here.
Yeah, and I'm sorry for doubting the line that Ricky Ticky was taking near that 50% progress mark. It seemed like he was driving his way off Nick's out there at one point. Pretty far separation from the pack, but obviously some strategy involved there, helping bring in some of that direction. So
Let's see how far Ricky Ticky currently is. It should be almost there, if I'm not mistaken. I think when we saw him earlier, he was not even like I think 5 kilometers out. So
yeah,
I love how it looks like Ricky Dickey has some flames coming out his vehicle too, man. So there we go. There we go.
yeah. And the
Right through it.
stop at the end.
Man, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a shout out to all the teams racing in this year's System 7 at a 1:49 hour 49 for Ricky Ticky here, taking that third place spot here. But make sure you guys show them some love in chat. Make sure you encourage all these teams, guys. Okay, if you want to participate in any of this Ammo Esports event, make sure you guys head over to ammo.gg or on our Discord for all the announcement, discord.gg/Ammo Esports. So looking forward to this, but let's get back. Ooh, wow. That's a view.
Yeah, there's that skybox.
That's gorgeous.
Love it. Pyro 5 moon. This this little nebula around Pyro 5. One of my favorite views.
Yeah, this absolutely looks incredible. Well, anyways, you've once again, Red Monster, thank you so much for all of the support. We really appreciate it. Thanks to everybody that for watching at home and supporting this year's System 7 2956. We're gonna go behind the scenes and get our results. We'll announce them on Discord, social media, as well as our champions. So, but for everybody that is still watching from home, make sure you guys go follow Red Monster SC. His name is on the title, so all you got to do is click that and go watch him. I believe you'll be streaming tomorrow, Red Monster, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing gemstone mining, trying to get our Shubin Interstellar contract rep up, because I got to tell you, this new crafting system, we can make a lot of stuff with it, but all of our mining components, they're Shubin rep gated. So we're working on that with the Red Legion, our Sunday morning mining session, and then we'll see what happens after that.
Yep. Sounds good. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for joining us. We're gonna go into a ad break, and we're gonna go through some replays when we come back, and then we'll see you guys on the next System 7. Thank you all so much for your support. And then once again, if you guys want all the information, head on over to atmo.gg or discord.gg/Atmo Esports. We'll see you on the next one. Peace.
We are Atmo Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle. Fueled by dedication, it is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line in one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are Atmo Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
System 7 2956 is brought to you by Monster Tech. Transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. Pigeon Spaceport, bringing ships to life with beautifully crafted official Star Citizen model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who want a piece of the verse on their desk. Virgo Controls, delivering precision-engineered flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Corsair, unlock total command with the Galleon 100 keyboard, a high-performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck. From landing gear to engine shutdowns and custom macros, everything Star Citizen pilots need is right at their fingertips.
We are Atmo Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle, fueled by dedication. It is the ability to push past your breaking point